Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turn to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. a place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success. Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. Wow. When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Morris.
We're headed to the Holy City. The Carolinas Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council is proud to announce that the 2025 Business Opportunity Conference will be held in Charleston, South Carolina.
With support from our 2025 title sponsor, Sunoco, the event will once again feature the Scholarship Swing Golf Tournament curated by West Carey Group and Styra, and host the welcome reception at the International African American Museum.
Tickets are on sale now. We look forward to seeing you in Charleston August 3rd through the 5th for the Business Opportunity Conference.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Donicia Barnes. I am your moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our speaker is Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton. Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton is an internationally recognized educator, author, and the World Civility Ambassador dedicated to empowering individuals and transforming communities. As Assistant Director for the Masters in Human Services and Pastoral Counseling Programs at Regent University, she shapes future leaders in mental health and human services. Through her acclaimed book series and global workshops, Removing the Mask, she helps others embrace authenticity and emotional wellness. A sought-after speaker and scholar, Dr. Boone Thornton's work bridges leadership, education, and emotional healing, earning her numerous honors and inspiring the Dr. Boone Thornton Standard of Excellence Award for Transformative Female Leadership. I present to you Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton.
Good morning. How are you?
Morning. I'm doing wonderful. Where are you calling from?
Hampton, Virginia.
Awesome sauce, East Coast.
Yeah.
Well, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side. Take it away, Dr. Boone Thornton.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you for joining me today. My message today is about releasing the weight and rebuilding the future. I have really been focused on the weight we carry and helping business leaders, owners, manage their emotional health, right? So this morning, we're going to talk a little bit about the weight. So the weight that many of us carry, it can't be seen, but it is felt every day. It is the invisible burden and the responsibilities, expectations, and unspoken pressure, especially for Black business owners and entrepreneurs. It is that mental load of having to succeed, not just for yourself, but for your family, your community, and for generations watching you. It is an emotional toll of navigating systems that were not always built for our success, while still showing up, right? Showing up with excellence and grace. And we do it so well. This weight may not be in the headlines, right? But it sits on our shoulders, our minds, and sometimes our spirits. And yet, even with this weight, we still lift others because that's who we are. We lift others up even when we ourselves are feeling kind of low. We carry our families and communities and clients and teams, often without letting them see the cracks in our own foundation. And yeah, they're there, but we keep pushing. We hustle. We hustle from one appointment to the next, right? From sunup to well past sundown. We hustle through deadlines, pitches, emails, late night planning, and early morning strategy. That's how we get ahead. That's what success is all about. We're driven by the dream and the pressure not to fail. We innovate. We think outside the box and beyond. Our creativity is born from necessity, vision, faith, and resilience. We create opportunities where doors were never meant to be open for us. And then we hold those doors open for others. We build legacies, not just businesses, but movements. We build our children, our elders, our neighborhoods, for a future where our names, our impact, and our excellence will still speak long after we're gone. Truth is, some of us are carrying emotional weight we were never meant to bear alone. The weight is felt most heavily in our minds. It shows up as mental fatigue. You know, you have those days where if it's just like one more thing, right? You just need to be quiet, sit alone. You're feeling constantly drained, even after you wake up in the morning. You have those racing thoughts that replay conversations and second guess every decision you make. Brain fog, struggling to focus and remember details. Anxiety. And this is one that'll sneak up on you in the middle of the day, in the night, anywhere. Anxiety, that persistent worry about performance, finances, and the future. There's so many things around in our environment that create this anxiety. We got pressures from our family, pressures from our team, pressures from our clients, and pressures from social media. We also deal with irritability, reacting sharply to small issues because of the deeper stress that we're already feeling. And sometimes there's emotional numbness, right? Disconnecting to cope, even from joy. Even happy things can be overwhelming when you feel this weight and this pressure in your mind. Your mind becomes a battlefield where ammunition and exhaustion silently crash. We feel it in our bodies and we dismiss it, right? Think about it. The headaches, the tight shoulders, the back pain, the body tension, and some of us even having some chest pains. Then insomnia, the disturbed sleep. You're unable to really rest because your brain won't clock out. That's why you wake so tired. Sometimes the weight we carry emotionally shows up everywhere, but mainly disturbing our sleep, right? And I'll have people say, well, Dr. Boonthorne, I do sleep. But for business owners, this is not always a regular routine, right? Carrying that emotional weight will keep our brains turning and fired up. And we never get past that. There are certain sleep waves that we should be experiencing every night. That beta wave, these waves are associated with that active thinking and alertness, right? It's often present when you're awake and engaging in problem solving. But then there's the alpha waves. You are awake but relaxed, typically seen during calm and meditative states, right? And if we are lucky, and there's just a few of us that reach this theta waves, right? They are present during light sleep and relaxation. And these waves are also associated with creativity and intuition. And people will say, I wake up in the middle of the night or first thing in the morning. It's like I have this download of ideas because you have experienced that theta waves. But what we need for restoration are delta waves, right? These are the slowest brain waves. And they are dominant during deep sleep, and they are crucial for restorative processes. In business, especially as Black entrepreneurs, we often wear many, many titles. We show up as CEOs, as parents, as visionaries, as counselors to our employees, to our family, as survivors. And yet, even with all our strengths, some of us are emotionally exhausted, silently burdened, and dangerously isolated. We're surrounded by people all day, but we're still isolated. So let me ask you some questions. And if you will indulge me, write these down. What emotional weight are you carrying as a business owner that nobody else sees? Have you confused high performance with inner peace? Do you ever feel like asking for help will make you look weak or worse, unqualified? If so, I want you to know that you are not alone. I work with businesses of all types, large corporations, small. And when we get on this topic, I promise you, you are not alone and you are never meant to carry all this by yourself. There are some pitfalls of leadership that no one talks about, and we just carry them in silence. It is that silent stress. Many Black entrepreneurs suffer in silence. We internalize the idea that vulnerability is weakness, especially in the boardroom. You know, grant applications, they can be crazy. I pulled up one the other day, I didn't even know what, and I've done plenty. But we won't ask for help. Or when we're leading staff, you know, some of the people that work for us, they're not easy. We need help. But unspoken emotional fatigue will show up in your business, in your decisions, in your health, and in your relationships. Building alone, for too many of us, we build in isolation, and that's not a badge of honor. It's a warning sign. Without collaboration or mentorship, we really slow our growth and weaken our own foundation. You know, we don't want others to know we are really struggling or that we have a business. I've run into people and you know, they say, yeah, I hear you talk a lot about business. You know, I have a business. And I'm like, no, I don't. Well, we don't really tell anybody about it because if it fails, we don't want to have to worry about the naysayers or folks that said you couldn't or you shouldn't or this is not your right time. Don't you know, people like to tell you about your time and what you need to do. That doesn't mean they've done it. Or we don't want to alert the competition or have others start competing with us or asking us for money. You know, as soon as you own your own business, for some reason, people think you just have pockets of money to loan, to community events, to family, to everybody. There are other pitfalls of leadership that no one talks about. And this is a serious one. Neglecting self and not sustaining yourself, right? You take care of your clients, your employees, your customers, but who takes care of you? Who really, really pours into you? I attend a retreat. It's called a Selah retreat every year because I know there I'm going to be poured into because I've given out to everybody, family, students, clients, everybody. And I know I can go there and get poured into. Leadership without self-care is the fastest pace to burnout. Think about that for a minute. The fastest pace to burnout. Once you step into a leadership role, people will always need, want, and expect something of you. However, it is imperative that you find an individual coach, mentor, or support group that can pour into you. This is a really dangerous cycle because when we help others, right, we experience compassion, satisfaction. That's a good feeling, helping others achieve, right? But we also experience compassion fatigue because you don't have but so much bandwidth. So let's shift together from isolation to emotional solitude. And there's a difference between being alone and being grounded, right? Emotional solitude is a place where peace meets productivity, okay? It's not one or the other. Where you make space to check in with yourself regularly. Building emotional solitude looks like mornings stillness before checking emails. I know it's hard not to wake up and reach for that phone. It is so hard. Journaling frustrations so they don't spill out in your meetings. You know, when you write about stuff, you can kind of see patterns. You can see triggers and antecedents. You know, you can see like, I'm going to stay away from this topic because every time I get on it, takes me somewhere I don't want to go. Taking a mental health morning without apology. You know, sometimes when you wake up in the morning, you haven't slept all night. It's just not going to work out well for you, right? So scheduling weekend check-ins with someone who sees you fully is really a good thing. Like a coach, a mentor. This is not your ride or die friend or your hype squad or your inner board of directors, your crew behind the curtains. No, you need somebody that's going to look at you and say, look, this is not working. This is what you need to do. What have you done for you? Those other people are going to support you regardless. And they're good to have, but they're not that check-in person all the time. So who should this person be? Someone you trust deeply. They should offer you a safe, judgment-free space where you can fully be you, no mask. This person should hold your vulnerability with care and not gossip or critique. This person should be where you've been or where you're going, actually where you are going, and they're already there, if you can find them. Someone who knows the weight you carry, because we all carry weight. I don't care how good we look on social media, we are carrying that weight. We are waking up with 100,000 pounds on our shoulders. They either lead or support others themselves so they can relate to the pressure you feel, this person you pick. They don't just hear your words, they read between them. Because we can always say, how you doing? Girl, I'm fine. And that's the furthest thing from the truth. This person should be someone who challenges you lovingly, right? Be open to criticism. We are always focused on perfection. It's got to be right. It's got to be right. It's got to be right. Nope, it's wrong a lot of times, but that's okay. We learn and we keep moving. This person should be able to challenge you lovingly. They won't let you stay in self-doubt, burn out, or excuse making. They know how to both affirm and stretch you. Stretch you. That's it, right? Not stretch you beyond, but stretch you. Someone who has no agenda. They're not looking to you to get something from you. They're just there for you. Possible people could be a mentor, a peer in business, a longtime friend who kind of really keeps it real with you, a therapist or a coach, a wise elder or a former teacher, a fellow entrepreneur who's in a similar season as you. You don't have to go through it by yourself. A trusted family member who knows your rhythm, and a colleague turned confident. So if you are not sure who this person might be, then ask yourself, who do I talk to that helps me feel lighter after the conversation? You have those people who you call, and when you hang up, whoo, child, that's how you get off the phone. Whoo, child, that's not that person. Someone who reminds you of who you are without the titles or the achievements. My kids do it for me. They don't see the ambassador. They don't see the doctor. They keep it real. They be like, Ma, for real? You need some, for real? People that can kind of cut through the chase. Someone who checks in without needing a reason. Just a call out of the blue. That's your person. and the Black Business Network, right? Now more than ever, in today's political climate, programs that were meant to level the playing field for Black entrepreneurs are being dismantled. That's not fear, it's fact. The Black Business Network is free. You can just turn it on. We can't afford to operate as an island, right? Here are some things you can do right now. The Black Business Network forums and sessions, turn them on. Get one that really motivates you and put that on your phone in the morning. Don't go to social media. Go to something that motivates you, that reminds you of who you are, that helps you manage your emotional health. Because once you do that, you can unlock even more potential. You don't have to live in anxiety with constant pressure. The Black Business Network has professionals who share their story, right? Who share that it's not always perfect. And the final steps in releasing the weight and reclaiming your visions. And I challenge you this month, right, to reflect on your own leadership experiences with these 5 steps, right? And, we always get 5 steps. Everything is 5 steps. Well, these are 5 good steps for your entrepreneurial wellness practice. Do this. Name the weight. There's something that's weighing you down. What are you carrying emotionally that you need to release? Right? Write it down and surrender it. Meditate about it. Speak out loud about it. Talk to someone, mentor, therapist, friend, or trusted advisor. Some things you can't do yourself. You're going to have to, free up your time for you. Because I'll have a lot of people say, Dr. Boonthorne, I don't even have time for me. They feel guilty about taking time for themselves. When you feel this way, it's time to take time for yourself. And rest strategically. Don't wait till you're in the hospital, in the emergency room, till you're burnt out and, don't come talk to me. Don't wait until you get there. Figure out some breaks throughout your day. Take some time to look at your day from start to finish. Journal it. Write down what you do from the time you get up to the time you go to bed. And look and see where you put you in there. Oh, well, I took a lunch break. And all during your lunch break, you were on your phone answering calls. That's not your time. Figure out what it is. And then repeat this all the time, throughout the day, throughout the week, focusing on you, reclaiming your vision, releasing the weight, because healing is not a habit that you can just do for a little while and let it go. Healing is non-stop. It should be every day. It's not a one-time thing. I have had clients that say, I was at an event and I was taking questions, and the lady said to me, and she was just as genuine as she could be. She said, I don't think therapy is for me. And I said, okay, ma'am, well, tell me why. And she said, I went to this therapist and, they weren't even really talking about my problem. They was talking about, something in my childhood and something. Foundation, getting to the root is part of it. And she said, so after the second visit, I didn't go back. It's not a one-time or a two-time thing. This is something you have to practice over and over again. It's difficult getting off that hamster wheel of trying to keep up, trying to please everybody, trying to be everything to everybody, trying to build, be the visionary, be the strategic person. It's a lot. It's a lot. So you know this in your core, that you are strong and you are brilliant. You really are. You started this business, you're running it against all odds sometimes. Some of us have done tremendous things to get where we are. But you are not invincible, and you are not alone. And so I want you to remember those things and to start the work yourself, right? When you start looking at books to build your business, you overlook you, and you are the business. And one of the things that I have absolutely published is Transforming Your Reality, Removing the Mask, the workbook. This is a great workbook for you to start looking at you. I also included in the package a full book that explains why we mask. It's who we are. We take on, It's who we are. We help others. We build. We rise when we lift others, but we still forget a lot of times that we can't push those others up without taking care of ourselves. And then I have this companion journal because, believe it or not, when you write it, you release some things, right? You release some things. The things that you keep hidden and buried need to come out. You can actually see, this is my whole day, and I'm really not making any time for me. And you have that opportunity to change that. So I want you just to just go back and take some notes and think about how this impacts you and the weight that you're carrying. And then, the workbook, those workbooks, my workbook, the whole series is available on Amazon. You can visit my website, drmichelleboonethornton.com. You can follow me on LinkedIn. I'm the Unmasking Guru. And, I give just, a lot of information about carrying weight and taking care of yourself. Because it's so important, not only to the people we show up for, because we can't show up empty, and a lot of times we do, but for ourselves. Thank you. I'm Michelle Boone Thornton, and hopefully I've got some time now so we can talk about it, what I've just covered.
Dr. Boone, that was awesome.
Thank you.
I got some good notes.
Okay.
I got some good notes. I did not know about all the different waves. Now, you said that beta waves is for problem solving. In relation to preparing to be the best you in the morning and people not being able to sleep well. Are people stuck in one of these waves, one of these other waves? That
they don't reach it.
For the night?
Yeah, they don't reach those waves because they can't turn their brain off, right? A lot of people tell me that, they're so busy running their business and problem solving and trying to look down the road and put some things in place that when they lay down to go to sleep, the brain is still working.
Yeah.
It hasn't turned off. The pressure and the anxiety keeps your brain from relaxing. So they never reach that deep, deep sleep where they need to be. And so they wake up in the morning and they're still exhausted. They're like, I went to bed even earlier, but your brain never turned off.
Yeah, you still feel like you had, I've had many mornings like that where I felt like I didn't even go to sleep.
Right. But you were in bed.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But your brain was still working. And now some people have told me that that's where they come up with their best solutions. Because they're getting ideas and they're in that light sleep stage, but they never reach deep sleep. Deep sleep is what provides the restoration. It restores the body and the mind. And when you never get there, it's like you're running 24/7, 24/7. That's why people are exhausted. That's why they burn out.
I feel you on that. Something else that stuck out to me was the collaboration and the mentorship. And I don't know if you're gonna be able to see it, but that was the note that I made to myself. And I'm like, there's the collaboration, and then there's me in the middle. Right. I was like, I need that.
Absolutely, because without that, we try to do it all.
Yes.
I mean, every aspect of the business, we show up. And we've got to be able to collaborate with other folks. You know, instead of sitting down and trying to figure out everything, there are people who are out there who've already done that, right? Partner with them and they can help you. But, you know, doing it yourself, you know, you don't need to wear that badge of honor. There's a lot of badge of honors we can wear as business people, but you don't have to do everything. And when you are trying to win back some of your time, because that's something we can't get back.
Right.
Time we spend with our family, time we spend with our children, time we spend with ourselves.
Yeah.
If we're so exhausted that even when we succeed, we can't celebrate it, who's benefiting? Right? And so to win back some of your time, you're going to have to rely on other people. Right. And I can raise my hand. I have trust issues forever and ever. And I'm still going like, wait a minute, Michelle, you don't have to you can find somebody else to do this. And so you will. I was telling a friend of mine, I was at dinner the other night, and as a mental health professional, I'm always watching. Beautiful family, mother, father, some kids, and everybody was on the phone. And it was the youngest son was sitting there like kind of looking from phone to phone, like, okay, are they even going to see me? And even when the waitress came to take the order, everybody was still on their phone and spewing out orders. And he was like, is it okay for me to have? Nobody really answered. So he just ordered.
Wow.
You have to understand that performance should not take away from your inner peace.
Yeah.
Performance and success should not take away from your family, right? Success means success on all levels, right? It's not like I'm killing it over here and everybody's suffering over here. When people that I work with, and I start asking them, this is one thing I ask when I know people are really getting in dangerous waters. Who are your best friends? It's everybody they work with. Well, where's your family? Because that's where you're spending all your time. Yeah. So we need to change that and focus on us.
Well, that was absolutely wonderful. I know you mentioned it during your presentation, how people can connect with you, but can you let the people know one more time how they can connect with you and work with you?
Absolutely. You can go to my website, drmichelleboonethornton.com, and I have a link where you can just communicate with me if you want to talk about doing sessions as a group. I can do that. I don't have the bandwidth to do individuals anymore because I do a lot of work internationally. But, you know, when I show up and do these workshops, I come with therapists and art therapists and everything else. So they are really, really good. We get to really get people started, right? It's not a one-time workshop. It's over. I'm done. Check that off. No, it's just getting people started.
Okay. I am going to have to reach out to you for that one. But I'd like to thank you so much for joining us today. As usual, you are a wealth of knowledge.
Thank you.
And you can hear and feel the genuine, I don't even know if I'm saying this right, the genuinity.
That's my new word for the day.
And connecting with people and really helping them get to the other side of being a business owner. Like you're not just a boss, but you're a human too. And those other connections, those personal connections matter. So I really thank you for joining us today.
You're welcome.
Well, everyone, genius is common and I'll see you on the other side.
Bye-bye.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June 2025. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mulaney Shaney Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador Program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential. Where business is broadcast live. Where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why BeDirect was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to BeDirect's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, BeDirect Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental based facilitators. But even more unique to BeDirect Prep, We cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students, and just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps
to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource, I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone, doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Bukeka Blakemore, CEO of Fave Unite TV, and I am your business moderator for this session of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Dr. Stephanie Audrey, CEO, co-founder of Xenoverse Wellness Group. Dr. Audrey is the founder and CEO of Xenoverse Wellness Group, a global wellness organization formed to deliver wellness 1 week at a time through its Media Spa Tells TM strategically located across the Caribbean, Italy, France, and Africa. Current locations are in Jamaica, with Italy and African markets opening soon. Her firm is also in the farming space, offering food as medicine, perishable, non-perishable meal kits, tinctures, and tonics supporting the various wellness protocols. Dr. Audrey codified her wellness delivery model as WAASS, Wellness as a Service Solution, aimed at helping people experience a full life of 120 years and beyond by avoiding sick care and selecting longevity inspired holistic body maintenance options. Thank you so much for being with us today, Dr. Audrey. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Welcome. Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure, indeed a pleasure. Thank you so much for being here. So let's just ask a few questions that our audience is wanting to know. First of all, Xenoverse Wellness Group is definitely a cutting edge concept. When did you first conceive this business venture?
Well, it's so funny. Really, I think I could say it's been along a particular journey. I first started working on a global business when I was about 9 years young. But the entrance into sort of wellness or a spa came from being introduced early in my career. I was on the marketing team for the Claremont Resort Hotel up in Berkeley, Oakland Hills. And at the time, the Claremont was doing something that had not been done yet. And that was they were investing $1 million in this new thing called a spa. And so we were updating the branding to introduce that concept into the marketplace. And then after that, my first part of my career was in marketing and advertising communications. So I advised a number of other hospitality brands on, their B2C markets and repositioning themselves to participate in local market opportunities. Believe it or not, there was a time that the only people that went to hotels were people that had to stay at them as guests, which means that the food and beverage experience was horrible and expensive because you were captive and forced. So any of us that have lived long enough know that it wasn't a place that locals went because the food was bad. There was no reason. And I was part of changing, that narrative and that experience for many hospitality and other brands in my career, along my career. So it was back then that I say the spa, kind of idea stuck in my mind.
Well, thank you for that. Absolutely.
Yes.
Well, what experiences influenced your thinking?
So it really, I've always been an entrepreneur at heart. Like I said, just for fun, I used to play business. In fact, it was, I was about 9 at the time. I was playing business on this particular day, and I noticed that other retailers had credit cards. And so I said, well, my business needs credit cards. So I decided to make credit cards for my business. I mean, I had the monopoly money. I knew 10 keep I touch before I knew what that meant. And so right around the time I perfected these credit cards, my mother came in the room. I had used her photo album refills, cut them up and, plastic coated these index cards. And so she came in with a, what are you doing? And I knew that that was, one of those, either you better answer right or there are consequences to, the wrong answer. And I paused and I said, Mommy, I know who I'm going to be. I see myself. I'm in the boardroom. Everybody's paying attention. I'm wearing a navy blue pinstripe suit, like all of these details. The San Francisco Bay Bridge is outside of the window. And she kind of let out a bit of a nervous laugh. And then she says, interesting, tell me more. And it was like at that time, the then wealthiest man in the world was a Middle Eastern deal maker. And for some reason, his story, I knew his story and it resonated with me. Early on, I was well read and just, really interested in business. And so that's kind of where this idea of I was going to be an international business tycoon, began to form. And she was an encourager. So, early 20s, my first business at 18. And by the time I was in my early 20s, I was being interviewed for a show. And this was one of the first times that I recalled that story. And I was like, oh my gosh, at that moment, the San Francisco Bay Bridge was outside of, I was like, oh my gosh, be careful what you speak, what you envision, because it will manifest.
Wow, that is so inspiring. I love it. So tell us, what has been the journey to having this all come to fruition?
It's interesting. I describe myself as China. And again, a lot of people don't pay attention to, kind of big shifts. But like I said, I started early looking at business. And what I remember was China in its infancy and how the journey to becoming a powerhouse, it doesn't happen overnight. It happens by setting a certain set of intentions and then doing the work to fill the gap. Well, I opted to do no different along my journey. So I started off as a strategist advising Fortune 500 companies, multi-billion dollar organizations, the same kind of organization that I had the desire to create. So not only did I advise them, I worked for some, to understand what it looked like to be the category leader. And I would say that that's been the beauty of my journey, is that I've had the experience of being in the boardroom, with the billionaires leading these organizations on a senior level team, where I've been able to add input and understand the decisions that are being made in the boardroom and then executing on those decisions and able to produce outcomes. So I bring that experience into everything that I've done. So the first part of my career, as I said, I was the strategist. And then what I realized is I had an opportunity to give one of the keynote presentations during the National Conference of Black Mayors. Again, this was in my early 20s. And after that, I was asked to advise these mayors on economic development opportunities and entrepreneurial things. And so I was writing articles as well as advising them. And what I noticed were real estate developers seemed to show up and make money. And I was trying to figure, why are they getting paid? How are they making money off of my strategies? And I remember meeting a gentleman we were at a reception for the Dean of Pepperdine. And he worked with doing the Hyatts around the world. And so I was saying, I'm really trying to understand this real estate development. And so he says, well, I'll tell you more about it. And he says, well, by the way, we're going to be working on a Hyatt project in Jamaica. And at that time, I'd never been to Jamaica. I'm not Jamaican. The idea of leaving the country, I had not considered that. It was way too early, right? But he planted a seed nonetheless. And so years later, when I found myself in the Bahamas and I began to spend a lot of time going back and forth to the Bahamas, I realized that, there was something about this real estate development thing. And I just needed to kind of find my way. I didn't want to be a figurehead. I've never wanted to be a figurehead, just controlled at the whim of someone else. I really wanted to have the technical expertise. So I ended up I said, you know what, I'm going to go for it. And I went to USC. I studied real estate finance and development. And at that point, decided instead of launching my own company to go and work for one of the top developers in the nation. And that was a very valuable decision. And that's what gave me, the multi-billion dollar, background and experience, is that I was willing to go and, as I say, earn my education through practical hands-on experience and exposure to what those types of deals and transactions look like. So started through that and then continued my education along the way. I wasn't the person that came in and just was happy to have, if you will, a position. I remember talking to the then VP who hired me, and I said, listen, I need to build out my library. There's a bunch of additional courses that I'd like to train. He says, here's what you can do. You have an expense account, so you can expense so many items, each month. Every course that you wanted, you pick it, you set it up. And so I was a single mom, and my son said I've been studying all of his life. I was studying when he was in the womb, and I've continued that journey. But I felt that it was important to not only have the experience, but to also be educated, because one thing that I noticed along the journey is people can steal from you, and people will steal from you. They'll steal your intellectual property. They'll steal your assets. They'll steal your business. They'll steal. What they can't take from you is your education and your experience. They can't steal that.
Wow. That is so true. And I really appreciate those words. I know they are really resonating with people right now, just as I am. So let me ask you this. What's some of the special training or education, which you just really spoke about, but what are some of the other areas of special training and education that you've garnered along the way?
Well, it was interesting because I didn't come from a construction background. So I ended up enrolling in community college and taking a construction project management certificate program. And that was so that I could not only develop the vocabulary, but the understanding of what construction project management was all about. And that ended up serving me well because that's the thing is a lot of times I leaned into information that I wasn't necessarily 100% certain where it would be valuable, but it became valuable. I had taken that program before I went to USC. And one of the things that we did was we were able to develop a construction schedule by hand. So later, when I was working for the major developer, technology was not their strong suit. So I was always the executive who was technologically advanced. So when we started using tools like Microsoft Project and other um, project planning softwares, even the most sophisticated of the softwares, I was always the first person able to not only learn but to execute our business plans by using those tools and to be able to really maximize my ability to produce outcomes because I knew how to adopt technology. Which is still, which is why when you mentioned, yes, I codified a wellness protocol because I understand the benefit of creating a portfolio of intellectual property. And I understand that you can only claim the intellectual property when you codify it in some particular form. And so you have to be able to form those methodologies and they have to be predictable. Again, that's part of what earning a doctorate does. If you are a doctor in any particular level, the goal is to become a researcher and you're supposed to be able to take on a study and to be able to provide the process for that study that some other researcher can go and follow and produce similar outcomes. So with my doctoral degree, I focused on doing a mixed method study. My topic was venture capital for independent filmmakers, but I did a mixed method study where I combined a qualitative and a quantitative study into an outcome such that someone else should be able to go and follow my research, my dissertation, and be able to produce similar outcomes. And so that is additional expertise of being able to say, I can go and study whatever topic I have a curiosity about. I know what to look for in terms of the data. Um, Last year, I graduated from law school, and people say, oh, you go to law school because you want to advise clients. And I said, well, no, that's for people that want a job. I am not looking for a job. I create jobs. And if you've been in business, business is about contracting. It's about engagements. It's about producing relationships that have to be codified through documents. Those documents create the expectations and how those relationships should be not only engaged, but also how they should be executed. And then also if there are conflicts in understanding, hopefully you have documents that you can go back to and reference and say, well, wait a second, when we began this engagement, this was the scope, this was a particular schedule, and these were the budgetary constraints that we agreed that we were going to perform within. Now, what are our outcomes? Are they on target or are they off target? And what happened to get them off target? How is it that we go back and claim? But also, it is another way to establish the facts of a situation because, facts become foggy over time. And people forget sources of information. Everyone likes to claim ownership. And it's like, no, 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 no. Let's go back to the original engagements and look at the facts that we've been able to document along this relationship journey, right? And so in business, it's a lot of legal. And it's also being able to defend, because people go, oh, well, I'm getting a patent, and I'm yes, 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 great. But can you defend it? Because if you can't defend it, then you're spending a lot of time getting things that unfortunately may not be of value, and there's people that know that, so they steal your IP anyway, because they know that they're banking on the fact that you don't have the wherewithal to defend it. It's not about if you have it, it's can you defend it. You see big companies, Google, Apple, and all of these big folks going at each other. It's because they understand that part. So your patents will be infringed upon, your IP will be stolen, but can you fight to get it back? Can you fight to prevail, in terms of that ownership? So yes, I've made sure that I've continued to add my expertise and advance my knowledge. I have legal teams that work for me around the world, and I can't have the expectation of doing their jobs, but I can be a better employer if I understand what their jobs are.
That makes a lot of sense. I remember someone saying, if you didn't document it, it didn't happen.
Sadly, that's the truth, because memories, again, memories can become foggy. Yes.
Right, right. Wow. So, what would you say are the fundamentals that each founder of a business should consider when determining the feasibility of a business venture?
Well, the business begins with customers. And so if you don't have customers, then you won't have a business. And so oftentimes what happens is people start a business thinking about what their qualifications are or what their capabilities are. So oftentimes they go into business as employees attempting to be entrepreneurs. And unfortunately, your skills were part of a system that your employer required. That doesn't mean that there's an outside marketplace that's willing to pay you for that same skill set. If you're going to be an entrepreneur, you have to understand the markets. You need to understand who's buying what it is that you're planning to sell. How often are they buying it? What are they paying for it? Because you had a salary at an organization, that doesn't mean that the market is viable for you to sort of recreate your salary in business. Somebody else was paying your salary, and your salary was a percentage of an overall system of expenses that they were able to pay. That doesn't mean that that's a business opportunity. And so the first thing is understanding the primary, the secondary, and tertiary markets that you believe that your business can service, and why. Why would they need, and when will they need? What are the triggering events that require them to need what it is you're offering? And not everybody is your customer. And that's the number one mistake that most inexperienced entrepreneurs make, is they believe that everybody is their customer. And I'm like, no, think about it. Everybody is not. If that were the case, go stand on the toothpaste aisle. Tell me how many different brands and types of toothpaste exist. We all have teeth. So if that philosophy were the philosophy, then there should just be one brand, but we know that there's not. So that lets you know that, just like, with that set of, yes, we have something in common, but that does not make us interested in consuming the same product. So when you understand your potential or prospective customers, then you have to understand what is their capacity in order to engage with your product or service, but also at the same time, what is the capacity that your organization requires to properly service those particular customers. And this is where a lot of times I see, consultants make a mistake. They want to charge a fee that's comparable to a major management consulting firm. And it's like, you don't mitigate the risk in the same way that a major consulting firm does. So if you're showing up and your fee is comparable to the McKinsey's, the BDO, these firms, sorry, you're not going to be the pick, because these firms have a long history and they're established and they're going to be here. You're new to the marketplace. So you're coming at the marketplace with the wrong pricing strategy because you don't understand the market position that your organization is really going to occupy, because you didn't come in with the dream team that you necessarily like. Okay, if you were part of a management consulting firm and 5 of you that have 10 years experience decide to leave and form an organization, then that might be different because you've built relationships, you've built a track record. But if you're leaving by yourself to set up a solo shop because you believe that now you can make more money, that doesn't necessarily pan out to be the reality. And so it's those things that many entrepreneurs make mistakes with, is they try to create a job for themselves as opposed to understanding that a business requires a different set of understanding and feasibility. And so they hang out their shingle before getting engaged with customers. And then sadly, they learn the unfortunate truth that the customers that they thought would be their customers are not.
Wow. That was so important. And, I think no matter where you are in your business, what you just said will always ring true. Um, just knowing that you've got to have the customer. I really love what you said there. Thank you so much. So you've got a new business. Where do you begin? Where does one begin when they're entering starting a business?
I think it's about having an understanding of the market. Someone was asking me the other day, what kinds of things do I consume? I'm not as active in things like popular culture, but what I am consuming is I'm watching CNBC. I'm watching, anything that's about business. I'm listening to podcasts that are authored by, successful entrepreneurs. I'm reading about successful CEOs. I read the, Wall Street Journal, I'm reading Financial Times, I'm reading global news and publications. My content consumption is information that's going to be relevant to the business and industry that I occupy. I'm following the institutes that publish the market reports and studies on the sectors that I occupy. So the beginning is become knowledgeable of the business that you expect to participate in. Again, this is where I find too often significant gaps in terms of an entrepreneur's approach. And that's why oftentimes the failure rate is so staggering and significant. And what again, um, you know, failure to be coachable. I don't know what it is about people with their egos that they feel that they're going to go into business. You've been an employee for 40 years of your career. Now you're going into business. You haven't studied anything business, but you think that either somebody should give you the education or no, it costs. That's part of being in business. Businesses pay management consulting firms. They pay advertising agencies. They pay technology companies. They pay financial advisors. They pay for legal counsel and advice. So if you want to be in business, those are expenses that you pay for. If your business is unable to pay for those experts, then your business, sadly, you're going to one day realize why you should have paid for those experts. It either, I tell people all the time, I said, either, you pay me now or you're going to end up paying me more later.
Mhm.
I'm
Mhm.
going to be here. You'll need me before I need you, and it's the same thing. I mean, someone was saying that to me recently because they were trying to impress upon me the number of people who could benefit from my wellness resorts and retreats, the methodology. And I'm like, yeah, most people are sick AF if I were to tell the truth, because they've been investing their lifetime in sick care and poisonous products being poisoned and cut. So yeah, I know, but they're not my customers. And they're like, what do you mean? And I'm like, because they don't invest in their well-being. The people that invest in my well-being are already an established market. They spend $8.2 trillion already. If you guys are not spending money in that way, that you're not my customer. Sorry.
Right.
Could you
Right.
benefit from what I offer? Yes. Do you need it? You need it more than anybody. But because you don't invest in it, that's why you're sick, as they say. And that's why, you know what I'm saying? I'm not begging you to invest. I'm marketing my business to the people that pay for what it is I offer.
That
That's
makes sense.
otherwise I won't be in business.
Right. Right. Wow. So, there's a term that I read that you've used called kissing frogs. So, why that term? What does it represent?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. You cut out in the
Oh, I'm
question.
sorry. Okay. I've read in your works, or have an understanding that you've mentioned the term about kissing frogs.
Kissing frogs, yeah. So kissing frogs is what I say in terms of so I'm raising capital for my business while I'm courting customers, right?
Okay.
And so what I have learned is to instead of making it a negative experience, I've sort of gamified it in my mind. And so it's like, you're kissing frogs and every frog is not going to turn into a prince. So hopefully you pucker up better or you begin to have better discernment so you can minimize how many frogs you have to kiss before you get to that prince. And that can be the prince in terms of before you get to the appropriate market niche for your business, before you get to the appropriate relationship. Because again, I, as a founder and innovator futurist, I see market opportunities. I've also realized that sometimes what I see 10, 20 years ahead of time. Why is that? Because I've always been investing in knowing. And when you invest in knowing, then you tend to know, right? So I'm
Right.
going to know things that the average person just starting, it's kind of like I use the analogy. I didn't play basketball, but I'm a mom of a basketball player. And so I would say that, no matter you cannot, if you start now, you can't get the same amount of time on the court as somebody that started 20 years before you. No matter what you do, you just can't go back and make up that time. And so as you look at it, that's the difference between the goods and the greats, the goats in every sector. A goat spends extra time. They do beyond what the average does. I walk into places and I was talking to someone last week who came out of USC, architect, and contractor, kind of the same with the same Trojan, right? He even
Right.
went through the master's program, executed our careers. So on the surface, we have a lot of the same core skills, right? You would say, but the difference will be, and always will be, is the choice of how you interpret the information that you have been presented and the choices that you want to make with that information. What I learned very early on is that for other innovators are not always interested in another innovator. If you're an employee in their organization, their goal is to have you help them accomplish their $1 billion dreams. They're not interested in you accomplishing your own. So if I am the kind of person that realize my value and say, fair exchange is not robbery. So I was willing to exchange my talents and energy for a season, but I'm not willing to exchange my talents indefinitely. I would rather take my talents and use my energy to create my own legacy. I know that they're worth billions because I've been able to run the plays in your organization, so I've tested it out. So I know it works. So now I'm going to run those plays on my own and execute at a level. And so that's kind of this whole idea of, you kiss a lot of frogs because you run across a number of people that you begin to realize I really shouldn't even be in that conversation. I got to change my room. I got to change who I'm communicating with because we're not having the level of conversation that's going to be essential. What got me here won't get me there.
Wow. So informative. I'm so glad that you're sharing this information. It's there's so many nuggets that are going to go such a long way. Um, now, from everything that you've said, you have really invested significantly in building like ecosystems for entrepreneurial success. So, what caused you to be so passionate about this work?
I think it's because I think it happened so early along my journey. When I left high school, I expected, like everyone else, to go to college and get a job. But I found myself being unemployable at 18 in what were the traditional jobs. Most 18-year-olds were doing fast food jobs or whatever. I didn't. As a student aide, when I got my first work study, I worked for the Oakland Unified School District in the gate program, the Gifted and Talented Education Program. I worked under the leadership of a dynamic Black woman who later became the superintendent of schools, but she was just brilliant, and she was a brilliant mentor and leader. But I was typing, 80 words. I was doing the secretarial level work as a student aide at 15. Those were kind of the skills that I came in with because of both my mother's guidance and input, but also my curiosity. I was very well read, and I was very well able to communicate and write. And because I played piano, my fingers, I learned how to type on a manual. So by the time we went to electric, I was just zooming flawlessly, right? So the jobs that they wanted to offer me were full-time secretarial positions, but I was a full-time college student. And so it conflicted. The time that I had to be in school was the options available. So I remember my mother learning about an RFP and figuring that she says, I think you can qualify for this. And I was like, you think? And so it was a proposal to a contract with the California Library Association to set up the Second Start Adult Literacy Program. And so I won that contract. I wasn't the first pick, but the first pick didn't elect. So I was the second choice. But they were concerned. They're like, how is this 18-year-old going to execute this contract? And not only did I execute the contract was renewed and extended until I opted out, because I now graduated for college and I wanted to enter into, the career that I had studied. But also I realized that I was going to have to take a haircut on my income, and I better do it while I'm younger, than later along the journey. But then I became involved with a youth entrepreneurial organization where at that time I was able to add again experience in marketing, and then building on and building on. As a teenager, we would put together the business plan for the summer snack bar that we ran, and I was very involved with helping to select what we were going to sell so that we could sell for a profit, so that we could fund our teen trips, summer trips. And then I built and continued that legacy. In California, there was a big civil unrest after the Rodney King beating. I was tapped to help entrepreneurs. I probably trained thousands of entrepreneurs on building their businesses. And see, I train differently. A lot of people like to talk about theories and whatever. What we document are the outcomes. So I have businesses that will tell you they came in, they were making 200,000, they got to $1 million after going through those are the types of outcomes that I have documented over my over 40-year journey. And so even with my initiatives in business, when I looked at going into Jamaica, I said, I'm not going into Jamaica like the other hotelers hiring 5 people and then letting the rest of the country struggle if I'm attracting more business. No, I set an intention to build out a whole ecosystem where I committed initially to training and developing 1 million farmers and entrepreneurs. I've since expanded that because of some partnerships where we have 1 million now in our network. So now my goal is to train and develop 10 million over the next decade, and to help those businesses create sustainable ventures. Not because it sounds popular, but it's because I've already developed I've already done the work, and I've codified the work. So all I have to do is fill the gaps. And the gaps are things like access to technology, access to the so I created a business model to be able to provide those gaps, to fill those gaps so that I can help them execute. And so it's either they need to be incubated or they need to be accelerated. And so, understanding that, that's my way. So I realize, I get a lot of, kind of pushback because I'm not the type of entrepreneur that believes in, if it was just about me making money for my venture, I can do that. I have actually a different vision, and I think it needs to be bigger than my venture. And so, because of that, I often face a lot of, turbulence, because again, there are benefactors of the system as it is. Otherwise, it wouldn't be.
Yeah.
So, when you come in
That
rock,
is so important. Oh my goodness.
hear
So
me,
important.
hear between the
Yes.
lines, hear me. There
Yes.
are benefactors of the existing system. The reason that 50%, ultimately 70% of the businesses started in the US fail. There are benefactors of that system. Every time you make a mistake as an entrepreneur and go and open up a bank account at a retail bank, they win, you lose. You don't know it. You won't know it for 30 years. By the time you realize you've lost, you can't go back and claim the time. But ignorance is not bliss. Ignorance means you end up with a lacking understanding of wealth creation and a sustainable venture.
Wow.
I can be more basic than that. Pay attention to how many people use a email other than a URL attached to their business. Now that's a very basic fundamental thing. But if you don't even understand that distinction right there, you don't understand why you're not going to capitalize and expand a business. You're not playing, you're playing business. You're not in business because you don't even understand the first step of being in business. Your banking, your financing, your capital is dependent upon some basic things. Email address, business phone number, not a cell phone number, office, not your house. Like, if you can't get out the gate right, you've done the worst thing. You've made yourself a target, and you've made it clear that you haven't done your homework. You're not prepared for the big league. You're out, you're running a hustle. And again, that's your choice. But if you knew better, you would possibly do better. But to me, I realized that if you're not investing your time in gaining knowledge and insights, then you're choosing to produce what it is you're producing. And guess what? The system is benefiting from your ignorance. So they're not invested in changing it because you're making a whole bunch of other folks' businesses very wealthy, and they appreciate you for that because you're doing it for free. You haven't even you're not even getting an affiliate kickback. It's like, wow.
We could go on and on and on. I mean, this is so very important. I'm blown away. I'm blown away. So tell us how people can learn more about your brands. Let's go there.
Sure. So Zenoverse Wellness Group is ZENOVERSE wellnessgroup.com. You can go to the website and learn about Zenoverse Wellness Group there. I have another brand that's 420 Wellness Jamaica. Again, that's for the segment that's interested in learning more about cannabis and psilocybin for, again, medicinal uses. I mean, you could be interested for recreational, but our focus, again, is around medicinal outcomes. And then 420 Wellness Shop. We have some Black Friday promotions. We offer some of the med tech, some of our tinctures, tonics, and tools that we use to transform your body. And then, of course, my Organic Farmers Global, which is my social impact initiative, where we're looking to have our farmers participate in a global marketplace and offer better options using food as medicine to help heal those who, again, who are interested. Not everybody's interested. Listen, I'm not mad. I am not mad, but just that select few of top performers, the GOATs out there. The GOATs, we got you. Everybody else, keep doing what you're doing.
Wow. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Audrey, for your amazing presentation and for being on Black Business Network today. We so appreciate your wisdom and your work. And for all of us out there, just know that genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you for having me.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness. It's a mindset for sure. And
prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like, that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You've never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now, I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was
the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fayview Night TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fayview Night TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fayview Night TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FayviewNightTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FayviewNightTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fayview Night TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Donicia Barnes. I am your moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will have a fireside chat with Joseph Simmons. Joseph Simmons is a distinguished leader and advocate for economic impact based in Orlando, Florida, with a career spanning over 3 decades in executive roles at renowned companies such as Baxter Corporation, Johnson & Johnson, Abbott, and Novartis Pharmaceuticals. In 2020, Joseph founded the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training, CMET, a nonprofit organization dedicated to empowering women, Black, and Brown entrepreneurs. Under his visionary leadership, CMET has provided high-quality entrepreneurial training to over 300 individuals, breaking down barriers to business ownership and creating lasting community impact. Joseph's commitment to fostering entrepreneurship within underrepresented groups drive his mission to inspire, equip, and support the next generation of entrepreneurs. I present to you Joseph Simmons.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. So another beautiful day here in Orlando.
Yes, sir. I could tell by all that light coming in, all that natural light. Tell us where you're calling in from.
Beg pardon?
Tell me where you're calling in from.
Orlando, Florida.
Awesome. What's the temperature like down there right now?
It's 92 degrees.
Oh, y'all doing good. We already in the 100.
Yeah, but as a matter of fact, I was telling somebody, one of my family members in DC, he was complaining about it being 100 degrees. And I said, why don't you come back to Florida? It's cooler here than it is there.
All right, Mr. Joseph, you've been a leader in the entrepreneurial space for 5 years. What personal and professional experiences shaped your passion for building systems that support Black and Brown founders?
I would say my first opportunity was with a distribution company. It was called American Scientific Products. And I was in training for 6 months. At that time, that's what they did. They developed bench players. And I was given an opportunity to go to Pittsburgh to take over a territory. And at that time, there was a saying called missionary territories. Yeah. It wasn't making money. And it was a straight commission opportunity. And I'll never forget when I met my manager at the airport, he gave me a box of catalogs and a stack of papers like this to say, okay, this is your territory. It's losing money. We're gonna give you a base for 3 months. And then after that, you've got to turn it around because it's straight commission, right? Yeah. So I learned very quickly to understand where the business is. Your previous presenter was talking about target audience. So I had to identify my target audience. I also had to identify very quickly what products made the most money because I was paid off gross profit dollars. So I had to gain an understanding of financials, cash flow, balance sheet, income statement. So very quickly I learned sell a lot of chemicals, I'll make more money because they have 90% margin. So I learned very quickly where the target. The other thing that I developed was the importance of relationships. I'll never forget, at that time, they would do what they would call promotion. And the companies were very smart. They would always send a catalog to your spouse or to your better half. And of course, my wife, Greta, at that time would go through oh, Joe, we need a refrigerator. Oh, Joe, we need a vacuum cleaner. Oh, how'd you do today in sales? I'm like, okay, now I got 2 managers, giving me guidance and direction. And I'll never forget. So I thought I was doing pretty well in the contest, but I knew that if I could get this one account to kind of get me over the top, and I was kind of apprehensive about doing it. And it was University of Pittsburgh, and it was their So I went into their purchasing department. I sat down with them. I was like, okay, how do I phrase this to get them to buy more? So I said, look, Miss Barnes, I'm in this situation. I'm in this contest. I would like to win the contest. And the purchasing agent looked over at me and said, you know, Joe, we like you. We'll do anything we can to help you be successful.
Oh.
And that was, so yes, Greta was happy because she got the vacuum cleaner and the refrigerator. But it taught me valuable lessons in regards to relationships. People want you to become successful. Mm-hmm. And especially if you have a good relationship with them. So it was something that I learned that kind of took me through the rest of my career. The other businesses that I worked for was Johnson & Johnson. Mm-hmm. And Johnson & Johnson trained me for 6 weeks how to operate in the OR because I was selling OR products. Okay. So literally I learned, what goes on around the operating room table, all the different positions. But they even went to the point of when I went out to dinner with a doctor, what fork to use, what spoon to use, what to order, what not to order. So it was, we used to call it knife and fork school, how to have conversations. Your previous presenter was talking about, watching CNBC, reading the Wall Street Journal, listening to Bloomberg. So I had to learn the language of business because doctors would want to talk about, what's going on with American Express, why is this acquisition? They also wanted to talk about culture. So I had to understand about culture. They also wanted to talk about, TV shows or movies or music. So you'd have to learn how to engage with people at their level and then also be in a scene where you might feel uncomfortable, where you might be the only Black person there. So the other thing that J&J taught me was about execution. They would give you a marketing message, they would give you targets, and then you had to execute in regards to that plan. So you had to see Shadyside Hospital 6 times. You had to see the OR supervisor 3 times. This is the message you had to tell to them. So again, the learnings was, understand your target audience, understand how many times you had to see them, understand what to say, developing relationships to get business done. So to answer your question, those are the things that I learned early on in my career.
Okay. What gap did you see in the ecosystem that led to the creation of CMED?
2020 was kind of it was almost like 1964, 1968 in regards to turmoil. You had the murder of George Floyd, you had COVID, you also had opportunities to get funding with PPP and EIDL. I had retired from pharma back and forth about 3 times. And so I was a mentor at SCORE, and they had assigned me to look at applications for government funding for small businesses. And literally, as I went through the applications, little things kept popping up, wrong addresses. They didn't have a state license, things that could give them money to kind of get them through. Right. And obviously, as you saw in the commercial, there were 3 groups that were highly affected by this: Black entrepreneurs, Latino entrepreneurs, and of course, women entrepreneurs. And because of my background of 40 years in sales, I understood, okay, this was a problem. How do I come up with a solution? And literally, I just got out a yellow notepad and kind of sketched out, okay, I think, one thing that they need is business fundamentals. And the other thing that they needed was some kind of workshop that would lead them through that work, the business fundamentals, and get them into a situation where they can now move forward in their business. Right. And so I put that together. I was assisted by another nonprofit, Operation Hope. I got my letter of determination from the IRS in November of 2020, had my first cohort. And I have to laugh about that because my father was a minister in southeastern West Virginia. And as a teenager, I had to drive him around because he had glaucoma. And, a teenager, Saturday night, I'm driving to these little small towns for my father to have his service Sunday morning. And, I'd be complaining, oh, Dad, we got to go here. And, 6 people are going to show up, or 3 people are going to show up. And he was very patient with me. I mean, he was disciplined in regards to going through the Bible and preparing his sermon. And Miss Barnes, that March of 21, I had 8 people as entrepreneurs in my first cohort. And I had to laugh because I said, Dad, this is payback. This is payback. You do all this work. But one of the things I learned very quickly was that if they were there, they were going to get the best. And so when I set up CMET, one of the things I wanted to make sure that people understood was the gap between a Nordstrom's business and a Dollar General.
Okay.
And I want to make sure that the people who went through my cohort got the best of the best. So I understood very quickly my subject matter experts would be the best. I also understood that they would provide a ecosystem of safety. Because let's face it, it's very challenging to ask questions that you don't know. You know, you kind of sit there and go, but when you're in a situation where it's just the two of you, then you have a better conversation. So that's how I designed CMET.
What misconceptions should be challenged when it comes to supporting Black-owned businesses?
I think I'll go back to the analogy of Nordstrom's versus Dollar General. I think that there is a falsehood in regards to individual thinking that if I go to a Black business, I'm not getting the best of the best. You know, I'd rather spend my money with Amazon. I'd rather spend my money with Nordstrom's or whoever, as opposed to supporting Black businesses. And I have to kind of look back, how did we get to this point in time? Because, for example, for me, my college was paid by an insurance policy that my mother and father got from a Black insurance agent. So this is back in, back in the 50s and 60s. And again, I guess one of the things why I'm loyal to the Black Business Network and Dr. Kelly is there was a gentleman on the last time I was on, Dr. Jimmy Davies, and he was talking about the Fuller and Dudley. And I had them on I had Dr. Davies on my cohort. I'm just finishing up my 25th cohort yesterday. And I had him come on because we don't really understand our history of Black business. You know, for example, I think it was Dr. Fuller had over 30,000 employees. Now I want you to think about that. 30,000 employees in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. Novartis Pharmaceutical is a global pharmaceutical company. They only have 8,000 sales representatives. So you had a Black business that had 30,000 salespeople. A pharmaceutical company had 8. One was doing, and think about this. Dr. Fuller was doing, I think the number was $18 million in revenue in the 30s. So if you do valuations, that's probably at least $18 billion today. You look at Dr. Dudley, he created, I think, of his people, the majority were making over 6 figures. So when we look at that falsehood about, you know, well, Black businesses is not as good, it is. We just have to make sure that we grow and we develop to those past institutions like Dr. Fuller, Dr. Dudley, Johnson Publications, S. Johnson, Johnson Products, Motown. I mean, we have such a legacy of excellence in Black business that we really kind of forget about. You know, we think about Black business as nothing more than musicians or athletes, but there are businesses out there, which led me to, you know, one of the things at CMET we do is, for lack of a better term, I call it a conveyor belt, where you come in at our 5-day virtual training. From there, you move into a growth accelerator program. Okay. And now I'm developing a pilot project called the CEO Collective. And that's the businesses that are doing over $1 million. And that way they're in a pool helping to grow each other's business, because the goal of that collective is to get them to $10 million and above. Yeah. We've got to have a system in place that takes you from point A to point B to point C, graduation, and then you're out there developing businesses. The other thing that I think is critical for Black businesses is, I don't know if you've heard of the silver tsunami.
No.
The silver tsunami is people like myself that have gray hair. We're baby boomers and we're retiring from businesses. And Ms. Barnes, this represents $10 trillion of market value businesses that are out there. So we as a community have 5 to 10 years to take advantage of buying businesses. And what do I mean by buying businesses? Buying businesses meaning you're buying an existing business that has cash flow to pay the debt back. It has customers, so you have a customer base. You have operations in place. You have employees in place. You come in, you bring your talents, your competencies, and your skills, and now you take that business from here to another level.
Okay.
So you jump past, starting a business, and God bless you if you want to start a business, that's all great. But think about this. One of our funders told me that he said, Joe, 70% of our loans don't go for small business startups. They go for business acquisition. So as Woodward and Bernstein said in Watergate, follow the money. If the money is telling me that buying a business is the way to go, then we as a community have to take advantage of that. Our HBCUs, for example, that have business schools, they should be teaching at the graduation day. Say, look, if you want to have a corporate career, that's great. But here's an opportunity for you to come in right out of college, buy a business, and automatically you have a salary.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. I was approached for one of my cohorts of my workshops. There was a business for sale here in Orlando. It was a tow business. They go and pick up tow truck business. It was doing $8 million in revenue.
Ooh.
The salary to buy that business was $350,000. So think about it. How many businesses, Black businesses, are out there that can pay a salary of $350,000 and have the cash flow to pay that loan back?
Right.
So,
I don't know. I don't know how many.
No, I mean, you just go through and just ask any entrepreneur. I can buy a business, an $8 million business. I'm going to get a salary of $350,000, and it does not abate me from paying back my loan.
Right.
Those are the opportunities that are out there. The businesses that fall between $500,000 to $8 million is a sweet spot for Black entrepreneurs to go in and buy these businesses.
Yeah.
And the other thing that it does, think about the relationship it now has within a banking. If you're Chase Bank and I'm giving you $8 million of deposits a year, you're going to give me attention. You're going to give me opportunities. It gets you into doors to grow and develop your business. So those are the things, we do at CMET. We have the accelerator programs that gives you a path to entrepreneurship and success, but we also have something to augment that, and that's entrepreneurship through acquisition.
I love it. You just changed my whole train of thought here.
Yeah, I mean, if you go ahead.
In just that one question, you just changed my whole train of thought.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, as a community, I used to always give this analogy, Ms. Barnes, is that when I first started selling and I would sit down with my counterparts, the first thing that I would go to would be the sports section. The first section they go to would be the business section. So what I asked them to do is teach me about business, what you're looking at in regards to stocks and bonds, the marketplace, this, that, and the other. And if you want to know about sports, I'll talk about that. But I want to understand that mindset of business.
Yeah.
And it's a language. It's a language, Ms. Barnes, that it's sometimes challenging for us. It's no different than me telling you, I want you to learn Russian.
Yeah.
So you have to understand that language. And it's challenging also because my father, unfortunately, my grandparents were on my father's side were free slaves. And so he had to migrate from North Carolina to West Virginia for freedom. And we would talk about that trip. And I'm trying to, in my mind, imagine, how did you get from Burlington, North Carolina to West Virginia? There was no interstate. There were no lights. I mean, and so he kind of walked me through it. But he only had a 6th grade education.
Yeah.
And so when I became a manager and I had, a laptop, Ms. Barnes, I'm sitting out on the front porch visiting my parents, and I had to do some email. And he's looking over at my laptop and he's asking, he said, what are you doing? I said, well, I'm doing email. Come here, I'll show you what email is. And he's looking at it, and I could see that his mind was going, I have no idea, I mean, he sacrificed for me to go to college and my
Yeah.
brothers and sisters to go to college, but he had no understanding of the world that I was in.
Right.
Whereas a white guy could go home to his parents and his dad would have no problem saying, you know what, you ought to think about this. What circle are you in? Have you looked at, this and this as an opportunity? And that's the gap we have sometimes, is that, we can easily, I think like your last presenters talked about sports, we can easily do basketball, football, and sports and really feel comfortable in that room.
Right.
But you put us in a room of economists, business leaders, and we tend to shy away as opposed to embracing it and really having a conversation about. We can talk about AI, we can talk about, the future in regards to universal basic income. We can have those conversations and feel comfortable. That's another gap that we've got to close and be able to talk about, because money is a language in itself. It's a dynamic in itself that we've got to understand how to utilize it
Right.
to really support our community. I mean, our community should have a bank. Our community should have a grocery store. I don't know. I think you're in Atlanta.
I live about 15 minutes outside of Atlanta.
Okay. So in Atlanta, what do you have? Publix?
Publix, Kroger's, Food Depot. There's a lot of grocery stores there.
But if you go into a Black neighborhood, do you see a Kroger?
Yes.
Okay. In my community, sometimes I don't see that. In Orlando, Paramore does not, Pine Hills doesn't have, they've got to travel maybe 5 miles to a Publix.
Mm.
And that's what, there's a statement called food deserts, whereas, we don't have access to the fresh fruit or
produce
prices that go to, exactly, Ms. Barnes, that. And I think if going back to buying a business, if you're making $350 a year and you have employees that you're paying a decent wage, then it changes that community.
Yeah. Because
now you're making, like, if we go back to Dudley and Fuller, if you're making 6 figures and in that neighborhood, your salary will demand that demographic is served. So you're going to get a Kroger's, a Publix, a PNC Bank is going to come into that neighborhood. And it changes the policing of that neighborhood when your income pops up. So that's the advantages of making sure that these businesses become vibrant businesses.
Ooh. Okay. CMAT has trained over 400 entrepreneurs through various cohorts. What's the core philosophy behind your training model?
3 things. It's the people. We want to make sure we get the right entrepreneurs into the program. As I said before, Ms. Barnes, we want to make sure it's a safe environment so that they can really, really engage with the subject matter experts. The courses, we cover the 5 pillars of entrepreneurship. So we're going to talk about a business plan. So before you come into the program, we're going to give you a 1-page business plan. We'll give you feedback for free on that business plan. Understanding financials. You're going to go through 2 days out of the 5 on understanding financials, cash flow, balance sheet, income statement, but most importantly, how to price your product for profitability.
Okay.
Because one of the challenges Black businesses have, and even brown businesses have, when I ask you what you charge, there's a hesitation.
Right.
Because you really don't understand what your costs are. So therefore you don't comfortable pricing it out. And if you're not pricing it out, there's a gap there of income, right? If you're selling at cost, you're not going to be in business too long. But if you're leaving money on the table, then that's also affecting your business, how you pay people, how you grow, and how you scale. So we make sure you have a clear understanding of pricing and profitability. And the other thing is, if you have a good understanding for that, now you have access to capital, right?
Okay.
The third thing and the most important thing is, and the other thing that we focus on is target audience. The prior speaker, Dr. Harney, was talking about, if you don't understand who your target audience is, you're going to fail as a business. You have to understand who your target audience is, what to say to them, and how do you reach them? What platform should you be on? Should you be on TikTok? Should you be on Facebook? Should you be on LinkedIn? Depending on who your target audience is. Then what's your value proposition to that target audience? That's it. The last thing is a network. when you have over 400 entrepreneurs that have gone through your program, now you have a network of collaborations. So now, people entrepreneurs that have gone through the program, they're working with each other. They can bid on a contract because you're doing A, I'm doing B, and they're doing C. And now we can come together and we can bid on a six-figure contract because you know me, you trust me, you like me, and you've been through the program. So you have that commonality.
And the support.
Exactly. And then that's the other thing that, as they leave, we just finished our 25th cohort. And it's amazing. You'll get a call out of the blue and they'll say, oh yeah, I was speaking to this person. So they still connect with one another because they share a life experience. You're together for 8 hours for 5 days. Guess what? You become your own little gang, right? Yeah. But a positive gang.
Right. So that leads me to, can you share a specific success story from one of your recent graduates that speaks to the transformation and scale that they experienced?
Oh, wow. She always brings a smile to my face. And that's Katie Bennett. And you'll see her in the commercial that they play here on the network. And Miss Barnes, Katie had that spark and that dream of being an entrepreneur. She started out very young with a love for reading, and she wrote a book. And she's a writer. But she came to the program, and one of the presenters in the program, as he starts his presentation, he goes around. He asks the entrepreneurs, this and other about their business. And Katie was going on and on about, I want to do this for the community. I want to do that. I want to do this. And he stopped her. He said, Katie, you're not a business person. That's a humanitarian. And you could see that look on the face of like your look, like eyebrows go up, eyes get big, like, okay. And he made her focus on, if you can't develop your business, you can't be a humanitarian. The other thing that really makes me admire Katie is that, she was in a very challenging relationship with small ones, and she still stayed focused on her business. And she tells the story of her 2 kids, and one's a boy and one's a girl, and they're watching her as she goes through the program, this, that, and the other. And every once in a while, you could see them kind of, peek over her shoulder and look in. And she would say, I told her, no, let them stay, because now you've got a second generation. So fast forward, she goes to the 5-day, and you could tell that she had that it factor. So we placed her into the Growth Accelerator program, where she gets every month for 8 months, she got coaching for 2 hours. She finishes up the 8-month program in December. She has her revenue projection for the year, and she was from zero, she did $250,000. So that's within, a year, a little bit over a year. She was my keynote speaker yesterday to wrap up. So she's 6 months into the year.
Yeah.
She's probably going to do pretty much between $750,000 to $1 million in revenue. She really found her sweet spot. She's got, she's now added on 2 people, so she's scaling up her business.
Yeah,
she's one of the entrepreneurs we're going to put into the collective, because one of the things that I'm very keen on is that we have coaches that can take you from 0 to $500,000. But I needed coaches that can take them from $1 million to 10 million. And so that's the project that we're launching next month. And we've got 3 entrepreneurs that are going to go through that program.
Awesome sauce. So here's a doozy.
Okay.
You've introduced AI and tech into your programming. How can Black founders embrace innovation without becoming overwhelmed?
By using AI. Artificial intelligence we were around in the 90s for the advent of the computer and how that changed our lives. AI will have it will be more dynamic change in our lives, not so much for my life or your life, but definitely for the children and their children's children. Ms. Barnes, you will see businesses with founders that some of these businesses will have no employees, but just AI agents.
Mm.
So that's one way to look at the future. The other way to look at the future is AI will be your companion when you're a senior.
Mm.
You will have an AI agent that will be your personal agent, your personal robot, and that will be your companion for your medications, for getting you to the hospital, for doctor's visits.
Mm.
It will be the one that will do your shopping. Okay. It will be one that will be, it will replace a dog as your companion. So that's one way AI can do. In regards to CMET, I can now do more with AI because it answers the phone. It can, when you call into CMET, it will answer questions about our 5-day program. It'll answer questions about our Growth Accelerator program. So I don't have to hire, someone to do marketing. I don't have to hire anyone to do blogs. In regards to operations, I can now use an AI agent for that. So for nonprofits, let's face it, we're always challenged with funding.
Yeah.
AI can now address that. Now, for us as a people,
Yeah.
we've got to embrace it because the jobs of the future will revolve around AI, just like the jobs of 40 years ago revolved around computer tech, and we missed out on that.
Mm-hmm.
This is an opportunity. For example, a prompt engineer can make around $350,000 to $500,000 a year. So you have to have an engineering degree. When you look at the future of AI, look at a company like Meta. Meta is spending almost $1 million per employee to bring in people that are competent with AI. So that shows you the value. If you can bring in employees at $1 million, that's a hefty number.
Yeah.
But what's the negative side of that? Well, the negative side of that is that if you're not part of AI and you're not competing in that market space, then you're looking at a higher rate of poverty. You're looking at a situation where you will be, the poverty level now is around $50,000, $30,000 to $50,000. So now you're looking at entitlement programs to support people that aren't part of that, of that world.
Yeah.
What do you do with them? Do we go into universal basic income? It leads us down a path that we really aren't prepared for. So that's AI. So we've integrated AI. As a matter of fact, I've got a meeting tomorrow with the marketing company that does our internal marketing. They gave us a glimpse Tuesday in regards to what we can bring into AI, what AI can do for CMET in regards to marketing, promotion, managing it. It's just such Ms. Barnes, when you think about it, you can now represent yourself as a Fortune 500 company if you utilize AI appropriately. It's mind-boggling. Answering your emails, doing bids, doing proposal, RFPs, you can now cycle through those so quickly.
Yeah.
Because it's you train it. You train it to do your business. Now, again, it brings up some challenges because I played it for my wife and I said, can you tell the difference between my voice and the bot's voice?
Mm.
And she was like, Joe, I really can't tell the difference. So when you look at mimicking and, what it can do and just think about, we're just at the ground floor.
Yeah.
Think about where it'll be in 20 years.
To me, it's a little scary.
All right, talk to me. Why do you feel it's scary?
To me, it's a little scary that bots are replacing people.
Yeah, that's true. But
almost getting to a point where you don't know what you're interacting with. You don't know if you're interacting with a person or if you're interacting with a computer. How do you think that's going to affect us in business? Because some people are perfectly fine working with a robot as long as the job gets done. But there are people who prefer that personal touch and that connection with the
Well,
people that they do business with?
Well, the relationship component of business will not change,
Okay.
but the operational piece of business will change. So think about, again, if you've probably passed by the Amazon warehouses.
Yes, we have
So
a couple over here in my
Yeah.
area.
So you think about what AI will do for that, but AI will not replace you and I having a conversation in regards to doing a deal.
Okay.
That will still be people to people.
Yeah.
But I think, do you have are your parents, how are your parents elderly? Are they?
My father is.
Okay.
When you say elderly, do you mean like he's ailing or
I mean,
he's got problems?
elderly meaning over the age of 80 and living
No.
by themselves.
No.
All right.
No, my father's not that old.
All right. So we're going to have a population of people that will be over 80.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not like the, Japanese that bring our elderly into our house. They've got to have some way of operating. AI can do that for them.
Yeah.
So in regards to, as our aging gets into the 90s and gets into the hundreds, we need some kind of agent to take care of that. And that'll fill a need there.
Yeah.
So I think there's things that we're going to have to really negotiate, Ms. Barnes, in regards to, like you said, there is that, there's always that fear of saying, okay, we've all seen the movies where the robots come and kill people, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it'll be that bad, but I think we've got to learn how to coexist in a world where, we're already there, self-driving cars, autonomous vehicles.
Yeah.
The fact that anytime you interact on Amazon, you're probably interacting with an AI agent.
Yeah.
You just can't distinguish the voice right now.
Yeah.
So it's there. But then again, what will you do with your time? That'll be something that you and your children will have to deal with, is that, okay, all of a sudden you've got more time on your hands. What do you do?
Enjoy it.
Well, but enjoy it. But again, think about how more creative you can be.
Right.
When you have more time and you're not stressed about it.
Not bogged down with tasks.
Yep. And then also in regards to just healthcare, it'll replace someone that reads x-rays, someone that reads labs, and it'll be able to diagnose or give diagnostic options to a healthcare provider.
Yeah.
So it'll be, and also, we're population wise, we're almost at zero growth. So we're not adding a lot of people.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting for us as a nation. So anyway, it takes us down a whole nother path, Ms. Barnes.
I am so upset that we have run out of time. I really want to get to these other questions, and I so hope you come back.
I will. I enjoy what Dr. Kelly does, so I'll definitely be back.
Okay. Mr. Simmons, how can you share with everyone how they can get in contact with you and learn more about your 5-day immersive course?
Sure. Our next session will be August 18th. You can go to our website at tcmet.org and register for that upcoming cohort. If you're in Miami, we'll be doing an entrepreneurship through acquisition workshop in Miami on July 10th, along with Bank United. And the city of Jacksonville and CMET is doing a entrepreneurship acquisition workshop on August 14th. All available at our website. You can also follow us on LinkedIn as well as YouTube. We have a YouTube channel, and well as Facebook.
Awesome sauce. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Take care.
Bye. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give 5 laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June 2025. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mulaney Shaney Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential. Where business is broadcast live. Where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red. And I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself, and anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
At 5-Star BDM, we don't just elevate brands, we forge industry icons. Our mission is to amplify your business and personal brand through dynamic AI-enhanced strategies and an elite professional network of over 20,000 experts. We empower entrepreneurs and small to medium-sized businesses to lead, scale, and transform. Our powerful network accelerates your speed to market and connects you with unparalleled growth opportunities. If you're ready to lead, we'll position your brand to set the industry standard. Explore our comprehensive services designed to build your brand, drive growth, and innovate your business. From personal branding and business development to technology solutions and investment banking, we offer tailored strategies that deliver measurable results and help you dominate your market. Our personal branding service uniquely tailors your professional story. Starting at just $99 per project, we offer online courses, in-person workshops, and scheduled weekly calls. Perfect for individuals beginning their personal branding journey, we help you craft a legacy that commands attention and respect. Strategic plans and execution are at the heart of our business development services. We focus on sustainable growth, helping you secure funding, scale operations, and expand your market reach. Our expertise ensures your business thrives in competitive environments. Innovate with custom artificial intelligence, machine learning, and software solutions tailored to your needs. Our technology services are designed to enhance your business operations and drive efficiency, ensuring you stay ahead in the digital age.
Discover real stories and real results. From healthcare startups to tech entrepreneurs, our clients have achieved extraordinary success.
For instance, a healthcare brand transformation led to a 40% drop in patient infections, showcasing our impact in diverse industries.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those 3 communities, especially black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were three groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was one, women, number two, Black, and number three, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those three groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on three areas. And those three areas are one, the people, number two, the courses, and number three, a support network. Here at CMET, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Donicia Barnes. I'm your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will have a fireside chat between Joseph Simmons and Dr. David Walker. Joseph Simmons is a distinguished leader and advocate for economic impact based in Orlando, Florida, with a career spanning over 3 decades in executive roles at renowned companies such as Baxter Corporation, Johnson & Johnson, Abbott, and Novartis Pharmaceuticals. In 2020, Joseph founded the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training, also known as CMET, a nonprofit organization dedicated to empowering women, Black and brown entrepreneurs. Under his visionary leadership, CMET has provided high-quality entrepreneurial training to over 300 individuals, breaking down barriers to business ownership and creating lasting community impact. Joseph's commitment to fostering entrepreneurship within underrepresented groups drives his mission to inspire, equip, and support the next generation of entrepreneurs. Dr. David M. Walker is a transformational leadership strategist, keynote speaker, and former NCAA Division I basketball referee who inspires leaders to move beyond titles and lead with purpose, integrity, and courage. With experience officiating under national pressure and serving as an educational administrator in one of America's largest school systems, he brings unmatched real-world insight to his work. His signature keynotes, Beyond the Whistle and Unleashing the Champion's Mind, equip audiences to develop mental toughness and lead with conviction. Holding a Doctor of Education and Master of Divinity, Dr. Walker empowers leaders to stand, serve, and lead with lasting impact. I present to you Joseph Simmons and Dr. David Walker.
There he is, Dr. Walker. You're muted.
Turn your mic on.
There we go.
Hey, welcome.
All right. It was on before, but I guess those things happen.
It's okay. Can you all share with the audience where you're calling in from today?
I'm calling from Orlando, Florida.
Oh, okay.
And I'm right up the road from Dr. Walker in Orlando, Florida.
Good deal. All right. Well, I will let you guys get to it. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
You know what? And Miss Barnes missed something, Dr. Walker.
And what is that?
You were the first entrepreneur to go through the CMET program.
But she wouldn't know that. So how could she miss what she didn't know?
That is so true. That is so true.
But that is true. I was one of the first ones to go through your training.
Yes,
and,
yes. And ladies and gentlemen, let me just say this. This gentleman endured 8 days as opposed to 5.
Yes, absolutely. But it was a wonderful experience. You got to use me as a test model to get all of the, the trainings and to perfect it. And then you got it down to 5 days. So great job, Joe.
Well, Dr. Walker, let's start with this. Can you tell the audience a little bit about your journey from, where you started to becoming an author and then becoming a motivational speaker?
Sure. Well, of course, I always like to start at home base. I grew up in a place called Bed-Stuy in Brooklyn, New York. And maybe your audience has never heard of Bed-Stuy, but it's the home of Biggie and Jay-Z and Chris Rock. And Bed-Stuy is the place where Spike Lee did that movie called Do the Right Thing. So I grew up in that urban community, and it was a great experience growing up there, but there were challenges. Bed-Stuy was also known as Bed-Stuy Do or Die. And it was a community where you either did something for your life or the community get the best of you. I grew up with gang violence and drug deals, but eventually I got into college. I saw that life was greater than, where I came from. And so I kind of focused on being the best that I could. I kind of got my education. I became a school teacher for 30 years in the New York City school system, one of the largest cities in the country. I was a pastor for about 15 years. And then I did something, Joe, and this is why I wear this bow tie. I referee NCAA Division I basketball for over 25 years. It was a lot of dream, and that's my history.
Now, what conference were you at? I know I asked you that over lunch one time. What conference did you start out with in basketball, NCAA?
Yeah, so I did like the Big East games. I did Big Ten games, ACC games. So all of the, teams, because, once you're in a conference, wherever the schools are, you kind of travel around the country. Some of the top players I refereed over my career, the LeBron Jameses, I'm thinking Lamar Odom. I remember him. There's a guy playing right now. Matter of fact, he played in the NCAA finals. Little guy. I'm forgetting his name right now. He was a little point guard, scored a lot of points, something with an M, McLaurin or something. But he used to play at out in Pittsburgh, Duquesne University. I'm just forgetting the guy's name right now. But there's someone on the Indiana Pacers who I used to referee back in the day.
I know who you're talking about. McDonald?
Something like that. Something like that. Yeah. McConnell, something, whatever. I'm forgetting his name, but I did, have the opportunity to referee him when he was in college.
Okay. So what led you to writing the book?
The Champion's Mind?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So that book was inspired by my birth. I was born in March of 1960, and back then, Joe, they didn't have no sonograms or gender reveal parties. My mother was expecting me, and she had decided that my name was going to be Michael. But she comes to my grandma Martha and says, "Mom, if I have a second son, I do have an older brother, Robert. We decided to name him Michael." But when my grandma Martha heard that news, she said, his name is David. Because in the Bible, David was a king. David killed Goliath, and David was a great man. And my grandson will be named David, and he will be a great man. So all of my life, I've lived out of the mindset of the biblical character David. And one day I'm reading through the Bible, reading about David, and I saw that he won at everything that he did. Not only did he defeat the giants, but he won at wars and things like that. So I came across this scripture, 1 Samuel 16:18, where it gave 6 descriptions of David. And when I saw those 6 descriptions, talking about he was excellent musician, he was brave, he was a warrior, well-spoken, good-looking, and God was with him, I said, wait a minute. Those were David's winning strategies that made him such a great success. So what I did is I took each one of those points, put them in a book, made a chapter out of each one of them. I called the book The Champion's Mind, How to Defeat Giants and Win. And I argue that if you follow those strategies, those principles that David had, you'll win in life. You'll be successful, whether in your everyday life or business.
Well, let's talk about that. Kind of open the book up to those entrepreneurs that are just starting or those seasoned entrepreneurs. How can they adapt some of those principles, Dr. Walker, from the book?
Yeah. Well, here's the first thing. My first chapter is called Master Your Gift, right? Master your gift. I believe that God has given everyone a gift. It's in you. It's born in you. It's your passion in life. It's the thing that God gives us to win, right? You're going to win if you make room for your gift, as I say in the book. Now, somebody may be asking, what is the gift you're talking about? Well, guess what? The business you have is a gift, right? It's a gift.
Yes.
God gave you the insight. God gave you the entrepreneurial mindset to take that particular gift, but he now wants you to get it out. He wants you to get it out into the public. So that way, because here's why, your gift is designed to solve other people's problems.
The fundamentals of business. Yeah.
Fundamentals of business. But people won't, excuse me, people won't know you unless you get that gift out. Right? You got to get it out. You got to get it into the marketplace. It's designed to solve problems. Joe, I always say this. People don't have a money problem. They got a solution problem. Right? If you can figure out the solution for people's problems, you'll never have to worry about money ever in your life.
Fundamentals.
Right? Fundamentals. So get your gift out. Then I talk about one of the chapters. I talk about be fearless. Joe, a lot of times people want to do something. They have the faith to do it, but they always come across the twin to faith. You know what the twin to faith is?
No.
It's fear. Faith and fin, I call them fraternal twins. They must go on the journey together. If you have faith to believe you're going to do something, you got to expect the twin to come along. And that fear is always going to try to keep you from accomplishing what you're supposed to accomplish in your personal life, your business, and so on and so forth. Yep.
Dr. Walker, I like what you just said about that, because you're absolutely right. Every cohort that we've had, you can see that deer in the headlight look of fear.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And like you said, what you said is so fundamental. Taking those steps, just trying to get through that fear to say, okay, I am going to be successful. If I just have the faith to follow these principles, I will get there. I've got the solution, right?
That's right. Yeah. Nelson Mandela said, courage is not the absence of fear, but that I triumph over it. Fear is going to come, but you got to get past it. You got to triumph over it. You have to tell fear, behave yourself. You know what I'm saying? I also use another analogy that faith and fear are going to go on the journey with you. If you allow fear to ride in the front seat with you, well, fear is going to say, stop, detour, get off here, take a lunch break, all that kind of stuff that causes a delay in the journey. But if you allow faith to ride in the front seat and then put fear in the trunk, faith will tell you, keep going. You're almost there. Put the pedal to the metal. We'll be at our destination soon.
And you know what, Dr. Walker, as you know, I'm a big fanatic when it comes to Formula One racing. Okay. And they always talk about just what you said about who's beside you. And they said that the difference between good and great is that the driver that has the faith to go through that corner faster than he has any other time over that week will triumph.
There you go.
As opposed to those that have like you said, they're going to take their foot off the gas just a little bit, and they're going to not finish first. They're going to finish, further down the line. So what you're saying is so true about fear and faith. How do you overcome that as an entrepreneur? How do you just harness that fear and faith and make them work for you?
Well, number one, you have to expect fear to show up. If I can be religious for just a moment, a lot of people say that fear is not real. And they use an acronym called FEAR, fear, which means false evidence appearing real, false evidence appearing real. But I say that if fear was not real, Jesus never would have said, fear not. But that's what he told his disciples, because what he wanted them to understand is that fear is going to show up, but you have to be so determined and so committed to the process to understand when it does come, take a deep breath, get calm, expect it to show up. Most people don't expect it, but when it comes, you got to say to fear, I was expecting you. So if I'm expecting you, when it shows up, then I get calm, I get relaxed, and then I keep saying to myself, I can. I'm on assignment. I have a destiny ahead of me, and I'm not going to let the fear or anxiety get in the way of me accomplishing my goals.
Okay. And Dr. Walker, let me just kind of move away from that a little bit and focus really on just the business,
right.
business.
Yes. And you're right. I do understand that. Yes. So thank you for that correction. So in terms of business, you just have to say within yourself that I'm not afraid, that I'm going to move forward. I have a destiny. I have purpose. And that's what it is. Staying focused on your mission, staying focused on your purpose. When you stay focused on your mission and your purpose, you'll recognize that that is enough strength that you will need to continue to go forward.
Okay. Dr. Walker, and again, is your book still available? And if so, how can people get your book?
Yeah, my book is available on Amazon, right? Yeah, you can go to Amazon and get it. Or you can go to my website, drwalkerspeaks.com, drwalkerspeaks.com, and you can order a book there, and you'll get an autographed copy when you order from my website.
So let's just spend a little bit of time on your motivational speaking component of what you do. What is your target audience for that?
Yeah, so my target audience is what I call organizational leaders. That's who I speak to.
Okay.
If you are the leader of an organization, whether you're a CEO, a principal of a school,
okay,
you could be a pastor of a church or whatever, wherever you lead, I speak to organizational leaders, and I empower them to move beyond what I call symbols of authority.
Ooh.
You know, I used to referee, right? I talked about my referee.
Yeah, we were having a conversation about that a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and you know, I had a symbol of authority every time I walked out onto the court. That symbol of authority was my whistle, my referee's whistle. When people saw me with the whistle, it told everyone that I was the person in charge. But just because I was the leader, that doesn't make me a leader.
True.
You need leadership skills, communication skills, people skills in order to be an effective leader. So a lot of people lead with their titles. They lead with their titles. They lead with their position. They lead with their status. Some people believe that because they have the corner office, that makes them a good leader. No, that does not. If the people you lead, when you walk into the room, they do things for you because they're afraid of you, well, that's not good leadership.
That's true.
Right?
You're right.
That's not good leadership. So I empower leaders to move beyond the symbols of authority, titles, status, and position, and to lead with integrity, impact, and influence. That's what I do as a motivational speaker.
So give me an example of that.
So in my talk, so like I said, sometimes CEOs, right? I was saying this the other day. You can have this title and you walk in the room, but just because you have a title and you're the boss Does that mean if you see something that needs to be done, you don't do it? No, you got to say, okay, I am the CEO, but guess what? Here's a good way for me to work with my team, the people that I lead, and show them that, hey, I can get my hands dirty too. I can, work with the process. I'm not going to say, hey, well, I'm the boss, so I'm not going to do it. You can do it. And of course, I'm going past what do you call that? When you distribute designating assignments, right? We understand that a leader designates assignment. We got to have that, because there's no business is going to operate well unless assignments are designated. But what happens if the assignments are designated and you walk in a room and something needs to be done? Do you say, well, I'm the CEO, so I'm not doing it? No. If you're the CEO and you understand people, you lend a hand. That CEO who says, I'm not doing that, is a person who's leading with their title. Their title is telling them how to behave. No, that's not how you encourage people to work. That's not how you influence people to work. You have to be a people person with your leadership, because it's all about people. Every business centers around people.
You're absolutely right about that. And I guess we can have a conversation. There's a difference between a leader and a manager.
Correct.
And could you talk a little bit about those? They're entirely two different things. And especially when you're starting a business or in business.
Yeah. So a manager is more of a fundamental process. Managing, putting things in place, giving instructions, telling people what to do. That's about management. And then it's all about, of course, the bottom line is the work, right? The work can get done. We understand that. But a good leader understands the pulse of the people. A good leader understands that you don't, and this coming from my refereeing experience, that you don't deal with everyone the same way, right? You have to be fair in your leadership, because some person may need something different. Somebody might need somebody you can maybe be more a little aggressive with to get them to get their work done. But someone you may have to, give a little bit more care and consideration for their personal lives and family, to understand them. So you never go in saying that, everyone is the same. So a good leader, as I said, understands people. They understand camaraderie, collaboration, understand how to motivate people, because you would always want people to do something for you because they are motivated to do it, encouraged to do it first, versus, you're beating people down to get the job done. You're not an effective leader when you do that.
And you know what, Dr. Walker, you're absolutely right. I know that one of the things I had to learn when I took over a team, is that being fair and consistent. Because like you said, if you have I had a team of 12 managers, they're not all the same.
Not all the same.
What motivates one is not a motivation for the other. One is motivated by money. One is motivated by recognition. One cares about, I just want to do my job and go home. The other one is, I want to be promoted. I want to take your job.
Right. And
but I think one of the things, Dr. Walker, that you can give the entrepreneurs insight to, as a referee, you had to deal with conflict.
Oh, yes.
And in business, anytime you have people, there's going to be conflict. How do you address, how do you coach? What advice would you give to new entrepreneurs where they are going to have employees, there are going to be disagreements, even in regards to pay? I deserve more, I deserve less.
Well, number one, whenever there's a conflict and you're the leader, you have to be a good listener. Right? You have to be a good listener. You have to hear both sides. Right? That's what a referee did. He adjudicated understanding both sides of the play, so to speak. An effective leader is going to have to understand both sides of the conflict, right? Let's say he has to call in two conflicting employees, right? You're going to have a sit down. You got to hear both sides. You don't try to say your fault. You never put blame anywhere, but you have to have a listening ear, right? And then, of course, one of the greater philosophies is always allow people to speak their minds without, right? Speak your mind. Yeah. And I'm hearing you. I don't, and it's not about, and then here's something else too, if I could say, if you speak your mind and the other person speaks their mind, well, guess what? You each should be listening to what the other person is saying, right? Because you might have some common ground or more common ground than what you think. But so I think that it's very important to listen, and that's one of the greater ways of addressing conflict. And then here's another thing that's important when it comes to conflict. You have to address it, because the longer you allow a conflict to fester, it gets worse. It never gets better, right?
It's a pressure cooker.
Exactly. It builds and builds and builds. And so you got to address it right away, And what is the best way for a leader to handle this situation? And so that it takes insight, it takes experience, and sometimes situations are different. Sometimes you might have to have a conversation with someone else because they might have had that particular. Because every leader doesn't always have the experience for every conflict that comes up, right? So sometimes I might have to reach over for a resource to ask somebody, hey, I got this particular conflict. Have you ever experienced it? To give me insight on how to handle it.
You're absolutely right. I know that for me, when I was leading people, and even now with CMET, there's like 3 or 4 people that I go to, and I call it a sanity check. It's like, you know what, Dr. Walker, let me run this by you. Am I headed down the right path? I've got this situation. What are your thoughts? Sure. And what I like about that, they don't give me the answer, but they let me, like you said, I can air it out, and they'll kind of guide me or say, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? And then you can say, oh yeah, that might be what I can use in regards to this conflict.
And let me give you an example of how you judge a leader. Because again, not everybody has the answer to all the questions.
Right.
So a good leader will pick up the phone. And here's a story. I picked up a phone one time and I was getting a new position as chairman of the board for the Black Empowerment and Community Council. And I called up a friend by the name of Joe Simmons. And I said, Joe, I do remember that? I just got this new job being chairman of the board, Black Empowerment Community Council. Joe, let's talk about it. And Joe Simmons gave me some sound advice. So I appreciate Mr. Joe Simmons.
No, I mean, you've always been in my corner. You and I've had great conversations about your leadership. Well, let me ask the other question I want to ask you in regards to, again, managing people. And you had great experience because you've gone into high schools, you've gone into college, and you've gone into corporations.
Yes.
In regards to, leadership and speaking. Generationally, what have you seen as the difference, and how do you manage that? The young person that's just coming into the office, someone, that's Gen Z, that's 25 to 35, you understand where I'm going with this.
Sure,
you're going to have these different and you have these complaints about, so anyway, how do you deal with that? How do you manage through that? How do you lead through that?
Yeah. Earlier, I talked about listening, right? And I definitely think that this applies here. You're going to have older people, seasoned people who have their own needs and experiences. You're going to get a younger crowd that's coming in with new insight, new technology is different. So you have to have conversations with both. You have to listen. I think organizations have to be relative. And you're going to have to be able to really meet needs on both sides. I believe, you know what I'm saying? You got, and when I say meet needs on both sides, it's not about giving into the needs of both sides, but it's about understanding the needs of both sides, where you got to have, in the office, in the department, certain things that people can say, okay, I can relate to this. I can relate to that. Now, of course, there has to be a lot of common ground, right? It's got to be more common ground than separate ground. Right. But that's how you deal with new ideas, new young people, because the mindset is different. I grew up in an era when you got a job, you stayed on that job for 30 years.
Yeah. Lifers.
Right? You didn't even look for another place to go work because that's how you were trained. That's how you were taught. You look for your retirement. You look for your pension. The younger people today, what? Anywhere between 3 to 5 years, they're shifting. They're moving, if not sooner.
Yeah.
Right? They don't see long term. They see the short term prosperity, short term income, short term credibility. Right? And that's very. Yeah. Think about that. Short term credibility. Something, I need something to identify that I'm doing well or that I need to be praised or something like. And I understand all of that. Yes, employees need to be praised, awarded appropriately. But we grew up in an era where you were patient with things because that's what you understood. So a good leader would have to understand the balance between seasoned people and younger people coming in.
The other question I want you to talk about, and we don't really talk about it enough as leaders, is how do we celebrate success? We all know, if trouble happens, how to kind of wade our way through. But I'll tell you, Friday was our day to get our numbers.
Okay.
Right. And Dr. Walker, if the numbers were great, it was short-lived. It was like 5 minutes. But if the numbers were bad, it just took me through the whole weekend.
Right. Yeah. I think you should always celebrate successes, accomplishments and goals. Here's why. I often say that when you celebrate or whatever you celebrate, you are likely to repeat it. Let me say that again. Yeah. Whatever you celebrate, you are likely to repeat. So when you have good numbers, throw yourself a party. You know what I'm saying? Throw it a party because the celebration feels so good, right? It feels good. So don't you want to do that again? So whatever you did previously, do it again so you can celebrate some more. Now, you are right. When negative things happen, we dwell on them a lot longer. That's just human nature. Joe, if I can go back to my refereeing career, I remember every single bad call that I made 30 years ago. I said, dag, I did that. You know what I'm saying? All the good games that I had, I done forgot all about them. But the bad ones, the bad decisions, I remember them. So it's almost like innate for us to ponder on the negativity, the bad situations a whole lot longer. But what we got to do is we got to have a strong mindset. Really, that's what it's all about. It's about your mindset. So when things happen, negative things happen, you have to say, okay, it happened. All right, but let's move forward. And here's another thing I just want to throw out because it's going through my mind. I believe in two things. Some people say wins and losses, right? W's and L's. You've heard that because that's a kind of a sports thing. But I have W's for wins and my L's are learns.
Yes.
See, I never have wins and losses. I only have wins and learns because I believe that if you see something that didn't go well as a learn, then you can improve on it, right?
Dr. Walker, you're absolutely right, because I would tell my managers and salespeople, you learn a lot from your numbers because it'll tell you what was working right and working wrong.
Correct.
So you're absolutely right. You reflect on, okay, what did I say? Who did I say it to? How many times? You just, like you said, that learning part. And now you can kind of implement that into your operation and say, okay, if we continue to do this again, it will replicate. It'll keep us being successful, right? As opposed to, like you said, throwing a pity party. Oh, my numbers are bad, this, that, and the other. Okay, what happened? What did I say? What happened? You diagnose. It's almost like a doctor. If you have a bad cough, your blood pressure's up, right? The doctor say, well, based on this diagnosis, you need to do this, this, and this.
Right.
But if you're losing weight, you're exercising every day, your mind is positive, it's like, keep doing what you're doing, but do more of it.
Right. And I have this saying, some people say, if I had to do it all over again, I'd do it differently.
Yeah. Yes.
And I say that that's an incorrect statement. If I had to do it all over again, I'd do it differently. But here's a better way of saying it. If I had to do it all over again with what I have now learned, I would do it differently.
Yes. The learning.
Because if you don't learn the lesson, you'll do it the same way. Yeah. Right?
And the other thing that I want to talk about before we run out of time, and I think is a lost art that you and I have had conversations about, and that's people skills.
Yes.
Relationships. Too many times through my 25 EBAs, you can see that there's a challenge with entrepreneurs, you know, that face-to-face conversation and having that dialogue about their business and what we call sales, right? Basically sales. And it's no more than you and I having a conversation.
Right.
So I'll let you just kind of talk about relationships and really how to be dynamic with those relationships.
And that's that relationship with other people?
Exactly.
Yeah. It's very important. You know, life is about partnership. Matter of fact, I did a talk the other night called The Power of Partnership, right? The Power of Partnership. And I left 3 points in that text. Number one, I talked about presence. Relationships require presence, right? If you're going to be my partner, you're going to be my friend, I need to feel your presence, right? Here's another thing about partnerships and relationships is that you have to have courage, right? Courage to what? Courage to show up, courage to step in where I need you. Because sometimes people can see something that needs to be done, but they say it's not my responsibility to do it. But guess what? If we're on the same team, if we're in relationship, if we're in partnership, hey, you got to have courage to step into that area. And that, again, that comes from my refereeing experience, because sometimes I could see a ref needing help, right? And I could say, no, that's on him. No. Right? And then you can't worry about what other people say, because they might say, well, that's not your area. I understand it's not my area, but that area needed my help. Right? And then, of course, good relationships are responsible to one another, right? Joe, I'm responsible for you, and you're responsible for me, right? And accountable for one another. How dare I let you fail?
Yeah.
Right? How dare I watch you fail? If I see you need help and I'm in a relationship with you, a partnership with you, I got to show up. Say, hey, you know, here's a hand of the best that I can do. Maybe I can't give you everything to solve your problem, but I can't sit over on the sideline and watch.
You know what? And Dr. Walker, you're so, I mean, when I was writing down presence, courage, and responsible, and I look at that in business, too many times it's like one and done. I've got the contract. I'll never see you again. Right. I'm so glad I got this sale, as opposed to, you know what? I got the sale, but I need to nurture it. I need to follow. Hey, Dr. Walker, how are we doing?
Yes.
Are we meeting your expectations?
Yes.
And you have to have the courage to tell me, you know what, Joe, everything is not going as well because this was delayed by 5 days. This was delayed by 2 days. My responsibility as an entrepreneur is to come back to my team and say, hey, look, Dr. Walker, great customer, but he said we fell short at this and this, right? I've got to be responsible enough to go and change it, make sure it doesn't happen again, and follow up with you, said, are we still meeting your expectations?
There you go.
Because I tell you, as a nonprofit, one of the things that I make sure is that all my funders know how we're doing. I don't wait a year and say, hey, I do a check-in quarterly. This is where we're at. This is how we're spending your money. So there's no surprises. I don't want to get to a year and well, Joe, you know, this and how are we doing? Are we meeting your expectations? So you're right. Those three things, presence, courage, and being responsible is so critical as business people.
Absolutely.
And
Joe,
we got to stand.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, we also have to, if, as they say, if they call our baby ugly, we got to recognize, you know what, baby, my baby is ugly, and I have to do something about it and change it, because if not, and the other thing is, if you put in together a culture, as you talked about before, and we're getting cut off. So is there anything you want to promote in regards to your books? Are you having any events? Is the Empowerment Council doing something before we go to commercial?
Yeah. Well, the Black Empowerment Council, which I am the chairman of, we just had a phenomenal event the other night, the Vanguard Awards Gala. But on a personal note, as I said, I am a motivational speaker. I speak to organizations trying to help leaders to lead beyond those symbols of authority. And people can reach me at drwalkerspeaks.com. And we love to connect and share and work with you about leading beyond your titles, because it's more important to be an effective leader through impact, influence, and engagement than it is for you to have the title or the big office in the building.
Thank you, Dr. Walker.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons and Dr. Walker. Right quick before you go, Mr. Simmons, can you share with our audience how they can get in touch with you?
They can reach me through Dr. Walker. No, because he was our first. No, you can reach me at our website is tcmet.org. Also, you can follow us on social media on LinkedIn, Facebook, as well as we have a YouTube channel where, again, Dr. Walker is one of our featured speakers in regards to being a past graduate of CMET.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank the both of you for joining us and sharing your expertise. Well, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
That are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. but corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training. Masterclasses led by African industry execs and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
In today's competitive market, standing out is essential. 5-Star BDM, led by visionary Grant McGaw, offers the key to unlocking your brand's true potential. With innovative strategies and a passion for empowering businesses, 5-Star BDM is transforming personal branding and business development, moving brands from merely competing to dominating. At 5-Star BDM, we revolutionize personal branding by crafting authentic identities that enhance visibility and influence. Our Brave Blueprint drives measurable results, ensuring a return on investment through tailored strategies. By integrating artificial intelligence and advanced methodologies, we provide your business with a competitive edge in the digital age. Grant McGaw brings over 20 years of leadership experience with Fortune 500 companies. Named a top 10 global thought leader in personal branding, Grant's achievements include the 2024 Best Personal Brand Development Podcast for Follow the Brand. His philosophy, integrity doesn't have a price tag, is the foundation of 5-Star BDM. Partnering with 5-Star BDM means embarking on a transformative journey. We begin with discovery, analyzing your brand's DNA. Using the Brave Blueprint, we develop a strategy tailored to your goals. Our support continues through implementation, training, and ensuring long-term success with AI-driven insights and real-time adjustments. Our impact is evident. A healthcare tech firm experienced a 300% boost in brand recognition and 75% sales growth in 6 months. Entrepreneurs report increased customer retention and new revenue streams. Diverse companies like Black Business Expo USA and Akaba World Network have become industry leaders through our guidance. Join the movement and elevate your brand.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success. Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to do, I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream.